Hello, Drez. Good evening. That's true. Hi, Omizu. Nicola. Been called that too. Hi, DM. Nice of you to show. There's a football game I wanted to watch tonight, and I didn't want to miss, most of it. I think that proves I'm not an imposter. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be nice if you stayed up a little later, DM. No, I'm Canadian. Drez. Hi, John Kelly. Well, who wouldn't love a painting of our God Emperor, John Kelly? Who wouldn't love a painting of our God Emperor and Impasto? True, Omizu. Our God Emperor, who we send our thoughts and prayers to in a multi times per day, as everyone should around the world. It will, DM, one of these days. One of these days. It's a battle of wills. I got a big paper mache weekend, though, up ahead of me. I'm going to be setting up my next painting this weekend. Hopefully the stuff comes in tomorrow. True. Well, I mean, you have to flatter him, John. You have to flatter him. Groper Cleveland works on a few levels there, John Kelly, so good work. The only two presidents to be have non-consecutive terms. Good work. I like that. But, it's nice having like a few days where nothing major politically happens, no conspiracies or cover-ups or murders or invasions. It's just really nice that we've had a few days here of nothing major happening. Hi, Pooji. I just stop my membership so I can give all my money to the unmentionable one. True, Omizu. It is our duty. It is our duty. But yeah, we're gonna be finishing this today. Goddamn, does that eye keep on moving? The eye and hair moved a little bit because eye keeps on popping out. Give me 1 second while I fix this. And I could show you guys my paper mache that I did last night. What are you talking about, DM? So this is going to be for a mushroom. So this is going to be the top of a large mushroom. I'm going to do the base of it today. I also need to create the flat part. I might need to do another layer on this part. We'll see. But this is going to be for a mushroom. Oh my god! And then we got a devil mask. I added the teeth and did another layer. You see the new one, Maddie?
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
You stink!
Oh my god!
But we added teeth to this. So I gotta paint these.
This man!
Okay. Okay, Maddie, you're gonna have to macro all these. But we got a double mask. This is gonna be for the next painting. Mr. Pigments. Mr. Pigments got first. So yeah. Latest paper mache. I still have other things drawing for the face. And I'm gonna be doing some air clay stuff too. But I don't think that will be ready for the next painting. But I have plans. Thank you, Maddie. So yeah, did the teeth and another layer update, you know, because I covered up the nose and shit of this yesterday. See the nose. And then this, like I said, this is going to be for a mushroom. And so I got to figure out what I'm going to use for the base. Yeah, so I'm gonna spray paint this red, and then I'm gonna probably paint some stuff with black. Like I might add a mustache with paint. I didn't add anything to the like the brow ridge and like the cheek area, which I was considering, but this is almost like a kind of like a tribal, like an African tribal mask a little bit, kind of a little influence, like the long thin ones. I could have probably made this bigger, which might have been interesting, or done a longer, flatter version. But I like the idea of the hard angle in the middle a bit. So, like a more geometric thing. Geometric is the wrong word. But like, I cared about symmetry. Hi, Sashi. Wait, did we ever... Oh, no, you redeemed those with channel points. You redeemed the reference to channel points, not oily points. Is that Batman's mask and Captain America's shield? No, this is a mushroom and a devil mask. So this is going to be the top of like a red and white spot mushroom. And what I'm thinking about doing is when I create the base for this, I think I might line I might line the inside of this with a light, so we have like the underglow of a mushroom for like some type of painting, like a background effect thing. That's my idea. This is a little bit thin though, so I might need to do another layer to make this structurally even stronger. But if I add like if I add some type of like brace in here, that will help it a lot. But we're paper macheing, everybody. We're making props. We are making props. Yeah. We're in serious crafting mode, Catherine. I'm gonna do more tonight. Because I gotta paint this, because I got a big setup plan for Monday. Hi, Fools Fox. Look at who you caught on YouTube. How you doing, bud? Nice to see you. Making poops, making props and poops. 8 to 10 times per day. I got a pretty elaborate setup. Doing well. We're just we're in elementary school mode with paper mache now. But I got a hell scene I'm doing next. Because for those who aren't aware, my manic... Oh, I gotta... Okay, that's annoying. I have this mannequin here that I painted red. And let's just say that's going to be Satan. Let's just say that's going to be the body of Satan. And let's just say, well, what I'm going to do is I bought streamers. And I have 2 box fans. So I'm going to tape the streamers to the box fans, and I'm going to put a light underneath, or a light showing right on the streamers, and I'm going to like blow, like I'm going to turn on the fans so the streamers are flying upwards and have lights on there like fire. I have not watched Carrie recently. Then this is going to be the head, because my mannequin has no head. So this is the head I'm going to use for the mannequin. And then our God Emperor over here is going to be shaking hands with Satan, as one does. And I'm considering some more absurd things. I'm considering like having the God Emperor's pants down and him wearing a giant diaper. Problem is, diapers are really expensive because they only come in packs that are like $30 to $40, and I don't want to spend that on a singular diaper. So I could just do really stained whitey tighties. Is an option as well. That is an option. It's a good idea, isn't it, Full Socks? Make a diaper out of paper mache. I think at that point I just use whitey tighties. But I don't think... Oh, Trump probably does wear whiteys. Well, no, he wears diapers. I mean, he shits his pants, so he's probably not wearing any underwear, underneath those. Or on top. I don't think he's wearing underwear on top of his diaper, right? I wouldn't think he would. Yeah, I could soak him in starch. Just a pin cloth. I just don't know if I have that even, Sash, but I could probably run out and get that in some way. Overall point here, everybody, is I'm really amping up the fucked upness of a lot of the stuff I'm doing. Alright? Get ready. You thought I was weird before. I was also considering dressing up Kevin like JD Vance, but I just really don't know how to do that. I was considering dressing up Kevin like JD Vance. Very true, Fools. Very true, Fool Socks. Problem is, I don't want to, like, paint Kevin. Like, I don't want to, like, paint his hair, because it is kind of an antique. No, I refuse to buy squirrel hands. It's not paws, it's hands. Omizu. But so I might have to get creative. I would like to do like a in the vein of South Park, like a JD Vance thing. If I could find like a GIMP mannequin, that could be funny for JD Vance. But mannequins are either too expensive or they're hard to find. Anyone got a GIMP mannequin that they want to sell? Sashi, Aka, you probably have one. Anyways. Hi, Kraken. Oh my god. Well, I'm sorry for what you have seen, pretentious Kraken. Alright. It is time. It is time. But if you have any suggestions for fucked up paintings, let me know. I'm always listening. I'm always listening. I'd say my only rule is it needs to be TOS. Okay. Shoot be dooby dooby dum bum ba-doo. Impossible. That was your fault that time, Sashi. That was your fault that time. Whenever I sit in this chair, I feel like yawning. I've done that before. I love olives, Kraken. I love olives. All right. Our palette for today is highly controversial. Highly controversial. I don't know if anybody's used this palette before. Love pickles. I think that is the case, Sashi. Both, Maddie. I like Kalamata olives, I like green olives, I have black olives, I love all of them. Olives are delicious. All pickles, I haven't really found a pickle that I've disliked. Those are great, Shasta. Olives are fucking fantastic. Alright. Palette for today is titanium white, lead white, bismuth vanadate yellow lemon, pyrrole red, quinacridone magenta, ultramarine blue, phthalo blue, and buoyant umber. Oh my god! What have I done? Bum bum bum. As long as you're not a Republican. I make a lot of pickles, Kraken. As well. Worst lib. Well, I'm a socialist. Alright. Get the paint out. All right. Well, I mean, I think in the context of modern society, communism is very difficult. But I would I think social or higher levels of socialism are very achievable. Especially if like companies are going to start firing people for no cause just because they want to cut budget. We need to have a much higher rate of social safety nets. And if you don't like it, you can get out. All right, Aka. If you don't like it, Maddie. Yep. It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare hellscape that a company can do that. Should be illegal. Joke's on them. I buy them anyways. Hi, Sean. Welcome back, bud. I've had this quinacridone for like... I've done a lot of paintings with this tube of quinacridone I made. It's almost sad that it's basically out. Welcome in, everybody. If you have any questions, please let me know. Unless your name is Maddie. And you're a menace. Maddie, what'd you think of the new soundbite? What'd you think of the new soundbite? Shasta, did you see the new soundbite? You'd like the new soundbite.
I can feel it all the way down in my plums.
Yeah, I can. I'll say this, I could definitely with quinacridone, lemon yellow, I gotta see how many I have, because I am running low, and that, one of my suppliers of the pigment is, like, no longer available, so. Quinacridone for sure at the moment. My plums. Yeah, just Pyrrole Scarlet, Sean, is the best alternative. I could even put some out for you if you want to see it. Yeah, PR 255 is Pyrrole Scarlet. I have it right here. I use it regularly, Sean. I even have some of the dry pigment if you want. Do you want to see the dry pigment? Sean? I could show you the color difference. Alright, 1 second. Let me go grab those pigments. Okay. So, Pyrrole Red, Pyrrole Scarlet. You can see it's like the difference between Cad Red Light and Cad Red. You see that, Sean? Yep, Shasta, PR 254, PR 255. Like I said, one has slightly, this has a touch more yellow, but still very saturated and still has the good pyrrole properties. They're both like fairly opaque, as in they're not as opaque as cadmiums, but they're the next step below it. Like for all intents and purposes, Sean, I consider this to be Cad Red Light. It's so close that like you're really not going to notice a difference between this being Cad Red and this being Cad Red Light. If anything, this one is probably... No, I would just... This is Cad Red, this is Cad Red Light. Except that they're Pyrrols. Okay, so if you're using them, the only difference you're going to see is cadmiums are going to be more expensive and a touch more opaque. If you're making them from dry pigment, Pyrrols will be considered safer to make. But if you're not exposed to dry pigment, that's the difference. If you're willing to pay for the extra notch of opaqueness, but most companies cheap the fuck out on cadmiums because they know people pay for them. Cadmiums are one of the biggest, probably one of the biggest margins for companies, because it might cost them $15 to make, but then they're charging you $60 for a tube, and they're trying to nickel and dime you every way, who you calling dry pigment? Everybody. Where Pyrrols are probably about, well, if you account for their yield, they're probably less than half the cost of cadmiums. And these are stronger tinting. Pyrrols have insane tinting strength. Just, it's approaching the strength of like Phthalos. Phthalo blue, mind you. Phthalo blue. Pyrrol Red and Scarlet have been the closest tinting strength of Phthalos that I've come across. That is attractive to me personally. Sean, I personally do not believe that. I have not seen... Sean, I'll phrase it like this. I have not seen any evidence to suggest that. If you can give me examples, maybe, but I have seen no evidence to suggest that. Okay. Feel it down in my plums. Is Stoic Booty here? One thing that Stoic Booty brought up to me, everybody, was doing that air clay or whatever the fuck it's called. I'm going to be doing that too. It's getting really, really child crafting in here, everybody. Well, granulation, I wouldn't say is mixing properties. Isn't that drying properties? Yeah, post the link, please do. Like I said, I phrased it specifically saying is I have seen no such evidence, and I've used several cadmium pigments, and it's not like they magically or do something unexpected. So I'm going to be modeling a face, Pickles, on one of like, I'm going to make a round sphere. Well, I'm in the middle of making like a sphere for a head. And I'm thinking about modeling the facial features with that clay. And then like, I don't know, random other shit, I'd say. I did find it, Pickles. Did you post the link in YouTube? Did it block? So, you know, sometimes people don't have, for some reason they can't post links. Let me see if I can give you permission or something. No. Why can't I allow shit? Well, what do you mean mixes a little bit more brown? I mean, that's going to be relevant to the color you mix it with. I would need to see the specific statement because that, what you just said there doesn't necessarily sprinkle and sparkle with my rationale. Thank you. Let me read this. Thank you, Pickles. Reading. All right, the difference, I'm at the part, difference between mineral and modern colors. That's not a hold on. The statement doesn't make sense. Let me read this again, because I think I do not like I do not agree with their rationality here. Do you know why I disagree with this? The specific naphthol red versus cad red medium? Why do I disagree with that, everybody? Why do I disagree with this? Here's a lesson for you, everybody. Why do I think that is a person who doesn't understand colors? Well, and also notice naphthol, because I'm a nerd. Shut up, Catherine. Notice Cad Red Medium is more orange. And remember, they mixed it with titanium white. What is titanium white? What color is titanium white, everybody? Titanium white is blue. It mixes like a blue. So if we mix a blue with an orange, we get desaturation, which is graying. Not a function of the pigment itself, it's a function of the colors mixing together. Naphthol red has distinctly less yellow, or you could argue orange in there, so there's less to neutralize. So of course it'll keep more of the bluish red shade that it apparently has when you just look at them right next to each other than the orange that they stick right next to it. That is not a function of the pigments. God damn it, I'm pissed. I might have to end the stream, I'm so angry. God damn it. You did this, Sean. You did this, Andres and Maddie. God damn it. Bullshit. I do need a Snickers. I need a case of Snickers right on the stat. I'm not actually angry at anybody. I'm angry at this fucking website. Why do I see this shit everywhere? Understand how to mix colors. It's not... Oh, God. And then people will read that and... Well, I'm just saying, Sean, is that... Do you understand my reasoning there, Sean, as far as why that's not a function of, like, modern pigments? Color's color. Titanium white mixes like a blue. I could demonstrate for that for you right here if you would like. Well, I mean, it's just compare the same color, Drez, right? Those clearly, one has less yellow in it than the other one, right? So one is effectively an orange, the other one's a red. So of course the titanium would like different. Oh, I think so too, Sean. But I understand. Like, remember I told you I use lead white and titanium white because titanium white mixes like a blue and lead white mixes like an orange. Sorry. One second. Hearing something weird. Like an orange, she'll put vodka in it. Well, it's blatantly false information using a argument that is not a part of the argument they're making. If you're checking Williamsburg, most companies don't sell, they don't call it Pyrrole Scarlet. Most companies will call it something like you said, it was like Coral or something like that. They'll use a name like that. It's why I sell all three of them. But yeah, I really dislike that as like a thing on their website because people propagate that information. Well, there is a difference, Sean. It is most likely the pyroles will go a lot further than the cadmiums do. You get what I'm saying, Sean? So you know how you said your phthalos overpower everything? You generally get that with pyroles as well. I haven't read too many of Gamblin's, but I really dislike... that really is somebody who doesn't understand... I mean, granted, I've seen this with a lot... Old Holland does this shit all the time. fuck old Holland. I just wish companies would understand what they're writing technically. Well, Drez, every varnish can do that. It just fucks with the drying, and you shouldn't do that. So Shasta, the reason why you don't varnish over just touch dry is because it limits the oxygen exposure and can lead to specific anomalies in drying oil paint. Especially if you're using dryers or if you're using stuff like that. It can massively change the rate at which different parts of the paint dry, which could lead to oil seeping out and separating out of the paint layer, and it drips. That literally happens. So Drez, you should amend that you can. Well, because it was a marketing technique, Shasta. It was just a marketing technique. Gamblin was the first one who said, like, oh yeah, you could just do this right away, so people be like, oh, their varnish is special, and they're not doing anything different. You actually don't see much variation in varnish. You just don't. At least with the varnishes that are chilled out. But it is a thing of like companies just being like, well, hey, listen, if we say this, because most people do default to Gamvar, mind you, with varnishes, and I believe it's partly responsible. It is partly due to that marketing push of theirs. Like I said, everybody, the paint industry wants you dead. I actually personally have not noticed that, Drez. At least at stores. The cheapest varnish I came across was Tuscan Pine, and that's the one I bought recently. But when I start doing like fancier shit, I do have fancier specific varnishes from natural pigments. Yeah. It didn't feel any different to me, Drez. I have a good experience with I've used Winsor Newton retouch varnish. I've used Gamvar for a bunch, and then I've switched to Tuscan Pine because it was significantly cheaper, and I did not notice any performance difference. For the second layer. First layer is always retouch. And remember, everybody, varnish your paintings, please. I know, Sean. I know. But retouch varnish, I haven't found a good supply of retouch varnish, and stores usually carry the Winsor & Newton one. Unfortunately. It smells like a son of a bitch, too. No, I don't, Pooji. I recommend letting it happen at its own pace. Whenever you change the natural progression of polymerization via dryers or heat, you do run additional risks. I agree with that, Sean. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Yeah, I just use the Gamvar until it's done. But just so everybody's aware, adding dryers to paint is not like necessarily a universally good thing, mind you. AKA via like China dryers or like dryers outside of the pigment itself. Okay. I also would steer clear of using temperature as an aid to drying because it affects the substrate that it's drying on as well. So I believe it puts additional risk. And I understand people want their shit to dry quick, but there are risks the faster you try and make that. I'll just leave it at that. I also never recommend the use of like added dryers. What are your thoughts on MDF as a surface? I'm fine with it. I don't like thin surfaces, Sean, but MDF, if it's prepared right, I have no it's probably a better surface than wood if prepared properly. It's probably more robust than straight wood. I would say the biggest argument against it is I think MDF paintings would be less marketable. But that's like a subjective thing. I don't know that. Okay. Let me add a caveat. I would assume painting on MDF would be less attractive to paint buyers. I am basing that off of no information. All right. So basically, I'm like a Republican when I'm talking about MDF boards. I'll just make shit up and assume that I'm right. Okay. All right, let's paint, huh? Of course that eye moved again. Okay. Yeah, so, I mean, Sachi, that's like, you know, I would assume so, but I am basing that off of no information. Yeah, I also think people like the thick canvas, like, look to it as well. Shut up, Maddie. Gotta fix this eye. Oh, look what I found. I found Maddie repellent. You hear that, Maddie?
Boo this man!
Don't you boo me. You are Maddie repellent. No, this is. It's dried pretty well. Notice how it cuts off the fingers though, because of like how it fills up. Tisk. Close enough, true. You can't leave, Maddie. You're under contract. Probably a risky spot to put that. We'll leave that right there. I'll flick myself off. Okay. So it's like that, just needs to come up higher. That eye socket is just a lot. That eye needs to come up higher. Okay. You all finishing Heated Rivalry tonight? Because there's only 6 episodes of that, right? Yep. How did the first 3 episodes go? Shooby dooby dooby. Have fun, Drez. Be safe. So it starts around episode 3, Shasta, that the plot actually starts in? Is what you're telling me? Okay. I asked my mom if she watched more of it. She said she hasn't yet. Like I said, she saw the first 2 episodes, and her complaint was it was just kind of meaningless stuff than gay sex. I remind you, my mom's a pervert, so. But she still wants plot. Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, see, that pretty much sums up what my mom said about it, Maddie. Shoot be dooby dooby dum. So like I don't feel like I'm getting this aspect of it down well. So one thing I'll say, this is one annoying thing about not letting it dry to the touch, is that you'll get some areas that are tacky, which is a little annoying, but it's not the end of the world. You get used to it really fast, Pooji. You get used to it. So I'm using a 25-inch long brush. So I use foot-long brushes, and I had these, I duct tape these wooden handles, and I do hold them from the back. This is where I'm holding them when I'm painting. So I got that. But, here, Pooji, do you want to know why I do this? It does, Shasta. Do you want to pose a guess why I do this like an asshole? I don't even know if you care to discuss this, but I'm, willing to discuss it if you would like. So you can be an asshole? That's true, Drez. Shapes, not details. Very true, Shasta. Basically, Pooji, that's the number one reason. I'm sitting about... So I'm extending my arm out fully right now, and I could touch it. So add my arm length, right? So add another... I'm sitting at probably a solid 3.5 to 4 feet away from my canvas. And I do that at all times, even with smaller stuff. And it's because I'm trying to look at everything. I have to make sure what I'm doing here is fine to shit over here or down here or up there, right? It's not about finishing something and it's just done. It's about saying, okay, this looks right, relevant to the whole. To do that, you need to like look from it farther away. So when you look at my stuff up close, it will look like garbage. It'll look like a hot pile of Cleveland garbage, okay? But I don't give a shit about that, right? I don't need smooth gradients. I need it to look... I want to achieve the realism with confident brushstrokes. And I find this to be the most effective way to do so. And I don't apologize to anybody who lives in Cleveland. Be better. Be better, Cleveland. More cubism, less realism. Shut up, Omizu. This is a very anti-cubism stream. If you like cubism, you can get out. Except if your name is Maddie. Maddie, you're stuck here. You signed a contract. No. You clearly didn't this time, Maddie. You clearly didn't this time. Shoot-be-doo-be-doo-be-doo. Very much so, Mizu. Listen. As I've said before, it's okay to like what you like. Unless that is Donald Trump and AI. And Elon Musk. And conservative values. Alright? I'll shame you for pretty much anything else. I mean, I won't shame you for pretty much anything else. So if you like cubism, God bless you. Sorry. If you like cubism, David Bowie bless you. Okay? I am not one of those. A fencing champion? In several past lives, maybe, Pooji. I'll shame you instead. Nope, no. As a streamer, I can't be shamed. You think I have shame? You think I have shame that I let people know about? Not at all. Hi, Em. How are you? Madam Secretary. That's probably too red, huh? That needed to be more desaturated. But Maddie, I forgot. How do I desaturate red? What do I add to red to make it less red? I completely forgot. Ate so much pasta, your stomach hurts. Nice. You ate too much pasta. Green? Oh yeah, that's right. I have to add green. Okay. Okay. Now you're making sense. Now you're making some sense here. I'm doing well, though, Em. Nice to see you. Right, some glare. Add Payne's Gray or no balls. Don't use Payne's Gray or no balls. Payne's Gray, useless on my palette. Probably should make that darker too, huh? I know, you watercolor people love Payne's Gray, but it's, you know, to me, it's a useless color. Just sold you on it? Well, I'm not sold on it, Dial M. Or Monica, if that's your real name. I find it, you know, it's a narrow color, and we could mix, there are much more useful colors that could mix into it. I could mix Payne's Gray very easily with the colors on my palette. All right, Monica, this is a trivia just for you. Monica, name me the approximate 3 colors used in the OG Payne's Gray. I'll give you 5 oily points if you know it. Ultramarine, ivory, black, and titanium white. No. Nope, not that. What? Nope. I want to give it to people who, I want to give people the opportunity to say it. Who, you could take more guesses. You could take more guesses. That's true. I apologize for that. I shouldn't have laughed. I shouldn't have laughed. I do sincerely apologize for my reaction. That's not what I want to do. My reaction was wrong. Let's, if Monica wants to take another guess, then yes, or she can have the hint if she wants it. No, I don't think you were insulted. I was insulted. Disappointing. Listen, just because I overcame my toxic masculinity this one time doesn't mean it'll happen again. You don't want to take another guess? All right, Drez, I'll give you 1 point. I'll give you 1 point if you get it right. You get 1 point if you get it right, Drez. Which you should. I'd be disappointed if you didn't get it right. I also did use the words approximate. Crimson Lake, Prussian Blue, and Yellow Ochre is correct. I would have accepted Alizarin Crimson as well. Hardly, Monica. I actually just did feel bad, though, because I did kind of make fun of you. So. I can have a conscience every once in a while. I can have a conscience. Maybe I do, Monica. Maybe I do. You are the Paint-A-Dong champion. Shut up, Maddie. That is true. The PR department is mixed results, to say the least. The HR department, though, rule with an iron fist. Oh, did you? What'd you do, Monica? DM, you still owe us a half hour. Who was talking shit to me on Jack's stream? Because I must find them in this life or the next. What slander was Jacked? Yeah. Well, you are responsible now for it, now that you are the official secretary. Can't do it, DM. Denied. Oh my god. Jack was slandering me? Nini, DM. What were they talking about me and critique? Do I critique too hard when I critique? So I don't think I do. The only person I've given you critique, Monica. I've given Garg critique. I've given Pickles critique. Yeah, I said this the other day on stream, and I've reiterated this. I will give anyone critique who wants it. If you are coming to me honestly and you want my critique, I will spend time and give you critique. Straight up, that's just an offer to anybody. I tried to do a critique stream, but only one person submitted stuff. I did try to do that. Thank you, Pickles. There's never been a better critiquer than me. Oh, good. Have fun, Drez. Maddie, can you give Drez a point, by the way? That's fine. I'm talking from a sense of what I consider to be a more visually interesting or compelling painting. Obviously, there's a subjective nature to that, so I'm not going to say what Jess is wrong, but this is stuff I was personally considering. I'm submitting a Cubist work. Well, if you want me to critique it, I will. But I may not be the expert. So if you want to have a go, please do. I want to hear what you think. Send me the references. It's an open offer to people. If they want my critique and they're coming to me in good faith, I will offer my critique. Unless your name is Greenback. Yeah, I mean, Pickles, we used to talk about your stuff all the time. Now, remember, I use the word good faith. I don't expect you to listen to every, like, as far as, like make the changes I suggest or anything like that. What I mean by good faith is that you consider what I'm stating and at least reflect on it. That's all I ask. Oh, God damn it. He's gotten way too many shout outs from me. That man is evil. Don't you see? Do you want me to do the critique right now, or do you want me to write something up? I'd even be willing to hop on a, like, I went on a Discord call with Garg to discuss the last critique I gave them. Yeah. I'm deferring to your preference. Oh my God, Mud. Mud, you're one of the OGs. You're supposed to keep the other moderators in line. Are you rereading Heated Rivalry? Yes, you can, Maddie. How many are in the series, just out of curiosity? Okay. DM, can you post the link in chat? It'll be easier for me to... Oh, hold on. I can do this. I can do this. Dr. Sayus. Never mind. Okay. That's the reference, right? I saw this painting of yours. Can you post the link to your... Can you send me the link to your Insta in the text message? I mean, into the Discord message? I know, but I have paintbrushes in my hand. I have a shitty mouse over here. I'm incompetent. Come on. Thank you. Okay. So, off the bat, I think the cloth needed to be warmer than what you did. I think it's a little bit too neutral. If I'm saying like, problem is that can be camera, and I do see glare. But if I'm going off the photo, Monica, I think the cloth needed to go more yellow/orange. I think keeping the background brighter would have been more beneficial to the visual effect of the shadows underneath the chin. I obviously think you got likeness down and the form down. Maybe a little bit more forward on the chin. But that's very, very minute. This could be due to glare, though, but I think you should have made the shadow underneath the chin the darkest point of the painting by putting like a core shadow there. Yeah, I think it is actually like a desaturated orange. Em, are you still here, or are you in ads? Okay, we're waiting for ads. Thank you, Mud. Oh, you're already back. Okay. Wait, you're not watching all my ads? Damn it, Em. All right. Okay. So, do you get what I mean with the core shadow idea? Yeah, so I think that the area of shadow in between the neck and the cloth and underneath the chin, the chinny chin, be safe, Mud, should be your darkest point. So the whole area shouldn't have been dark, but you should have done like a tone, and then in the middle, right, put like one note that's the darkest. Or that's what I would recommend personally. I don't know if this is because of the photo, but I think you had an opportunity to use a higher saturation, darker color underneath the lip and in between the lips. Like, I think certain things are going to a neutral black or too neutral at times. I'm usually advocate for leaning on the side of a bit too saturated. Well, so what you could have done, Em, is you didn't need to go to pure black, but you could have used like a cold dark, like a cold purple, right? A cold, like desaturated purple that wasn't pure black, if you get what I'm saying. For those darkest points. Let me find a painting for a reference. This is a premise I've talked about before. 1 second. We're going to be looking up Renoir paintings. Shoot be doo be doo be da ba ba da. See be boo da ba ba ba. Was that the one? Yeah, it's this one. Okay. Correct. And I'm going to bring up a Renoir painting as the example of this. So, Em, can you pull up, if you search Renoir paintings, University of Chicago, or sorry, Chicago Art Institute, can you pull up that painting for me? Let me know when you have it up on your computer. You can look at it. Or do you already have it up? Richards, I'm trying to explain a point here. Welcome in, Richards. Okay, so I want you to zoom into that flower vase and notice how, in the bottom right as well, notice how there's those splotches of like what appear to be black. It could be a very dark blue, right? But notice how it's like a very noticeable, distinct shape, but how that gives the effect of a much darker contrast to the entire area around it. So that's what I'm kind of recommending in your shadow a bit, underneath the chin. Right? So, and then notice in the flowers, also in the red flowers, notice how when he goes into the center of the flowers, he goes into browns, but like saturated browns, versus going a desaturated brown. It is because of a saturation. Well, in the context of those in the vase, it's because he used a bluish black that also provided value. I wouldn't consider it to be more saturated, but he used a value change of the same hue, right, within them, essentially. But that area is more saturated. But in your context of your area, since you went more desaturated, well, the hair still seems pretty red a little bit, but you could have probably gone into like a darker purple in that area to really denote a core shadow. You could play around with that a bit. Where is this? This painting's at the Art Institute of Chicago. This one I'm looking at. I've seen this in person. Okay. Now, because, remember that person you showed me who you said you wanted to paint like, Monica? I forget their name. Miriam Hoffman. So, hi, Odorous. What, I kind of explained it back then, but a lot of her references were based on a large, usually a singularly large visual effect, right? Kind of like that glowing effect on skin, right? So, and I understand you want the smooth gradients and you want kind of like the hyperrealism feel, but what it's lacking is the big a big visual effect that draws you in. And let me find another painting for you to demonstrate this. What's a good one here? We'll go to a classic. So in my opinion, what separates a lot of good hyperrealism is the visual effects, because that's your biggest creative outlet, is the subject matter and those effects, okay? Because part of the effect is the hyperrealism itself. Well, I wouldn't, in hue, yes, but not in value and other contrast, So, Em, can you search Anders Zorn paintings in Google for me? And I'll show you the painting I want you to bring up. It might have to be Anders Zorn self-portraits. Anders Zorn painting self-portraits. Search that for me. There we go. Okay. This painting. Nope, this one. Okay. Zoom into the sleeve. Zoom into the sleeve. So notice he's on a very desaturated palette as well in this painting. Okay. Very desaturated. No, just the arm sleeve of like the arm like out in front. You know, his right arm on our left. Notice that sleeve with like kind of like the broken brush stroke. But I want you to try and look at it from far away. Oh. Look at it from far away. Like, you know, hold it, you know, as like, you know, 2 feet away from you and look at it. Right? And how that creates a very, very significant visual effect, right? Of a strong light that is, now it's abrupt, right? It's an impressionist thing, right? But a point being is, in the context of doing like a smooth face, the smooth gradients, you have to kind of create a visual effect along those lines. And I would have personally have done this at the top of the forehead and the nose ridge.
Oh my God!
Anonymous, you goddamn son of a bitch. So notice in the photo, you have, I wish I could point to this more effectively, but you have the top center of the forehead, you have the nose ridge, and you have cheekbones. That's where I see it the most. Where you could have amped that up and have done gradients to that to create that visual effect. Son of a bitch! God damn you, Anonymous. God damn you! Yeah, no, it's a struggle, but like, you know, see, for me, I would do this, I would try and do it with a confident singular stroke. How I would imagine you would need to approach it is you do that confident stroke and then you blend it in, right? To where you have, you know, so it might be a smaller area that's the brightest, but at least you still get to that brightest section. Of course, Odorous, you can. Because I'd say there's, I think that would be the biggest way to improve the current painting. Is pushing up that forehead and the nose to the next like value and a half up, step up above, and then blending it down. Hi, Casey. So I think those would be my points for now. There's like certain other things that I think you could have gone into more saturation, like the shadow underneath the hair, and like some shadows around the eyes. I think he could have gone into a little bit more saturation, but I'm not going to be that nitpicky on those. To me, core shadow and the bright spots on the skin would make the biggest difference. I don't. I sometimes think about them, but I paint what I see. I don't try and like say like, well, this is a rule, I should try and implement it. I just try and paint what I see. God damn you, why do you keep falling off? Do you want to discuss more? Or was that enough for you? I gotta fix this eye as well. Here, think about that while I fix this eye. That keeps on falling off. All right, good. All right, Odorous, what's your problem with me? Bring it on! Well, this is not meant to be like a harsh criticism, but I think it's truly the difference between the impressionistic lens and the hyperrealism lens. And you could, if you want to air grievances, everyone can except for Maddie. Yeah, I knew, you don't think I knew that? Sargent was famous for his drawing process. Famous. And I would be willing to bet Zorn was too. I have not seen the evidence on Zorn. I've seen the evidence on Sargent. It would be my biggest issue with him. However, he did finagle around quite a bit with the paintings while he was doing it. You think you got me, you son of a bitch? I ain't gonna start drawing for shit. You're never gonna get your diet RC Cola, Maddie. Yeah, there are more styles, but I don't think there's a lot of philosophies on. Style is not philosophy. And I will be nitpicky about that semantically. Because how often do you hear me mention the word style with regards to anything I'm painting? Grievance, who you're a bastard? You're the bastard! Yeah. There's a lot of people who are very fantastic painters. But I intentionally use the word philosophy a lot. A lot. Right, but notice how that's a stylistic change and not a philosophical change. Right? I think there's a huge difference between philosophy and style. Partial to Goya, Velázquez, Picasso, Miro, and Dali myself. I'm partial to Velázquez of that list. Because there were impressionists who did not paint thick. Good. DM, and I'm no joke. I am not saying this lightly. I am happy to offer my critique as one wants or desires. I love this shit. And also, I have been starved for critique for years. So I know what it's like. And Odorous, I'd be happy to discuss our points on that. I'm not like, listen, if I can't defend what I'm saying, then it's not worth defending. Well, okay. So the reason why I disagree with like Odorous's point here is because drafting was a much bigger deal, especially in academia prior to Impressionism, and a lot of people who trained Impressionists were coming from or were trained in academic realism prior to those movements. Most of a lot of painting training back in the day had more to do with drafting and drawing, and I think it's due to the cost, the prohibitive cost of materials during these time periods, where they couldn't really afford to fuck up with materials because everything was so goddamn expensive. Okay, so this led to a plethora of drawing and drafting techniques that were employed by a lot of people from the moment they started to be trained, right? That's where you heard those anecdotes of people like where we draw for like 3 years before they even are allowed to touch paint, right? That type of horseshit. I think those regiments were largely created because they, like, unless you were the richest of the rich, you could not afford painting materials unless you already had something, you already sold something. Okay? This is why cheaper paint was such a, like, was basically arguably the largest cause of the changes, the changes in like modern thought of that time period on painting. Okay. So Sargent did a lot of classical painting techniques, or drawing techniques, I should say, drawing techniques. When he was actually applying paint, he was largely anything but classical. I don't know if I'd say I'm well studied, Casey. It's more of like a combination of deductions and pragmatism, right? Because there are plenty of things I could criticize Sargent for. But I ultimately think he was the pinnacle. Him and Andrew Zorn. Like Ilya Repin, but Ilya Repin did a lot of different techniques too. But point being is, like, I think there's leaps of rationality you can make, right? You look at Sargent, a lot of like the skin and faces were extremely tight, like as in like you know, borderline hyperrealism on faces, right? He blended, he did certain stuff out and like that, stuff like that for the rich people he's painting for, right? But then he combined some like impressionistic philosophy with regards to like the paint strokes and the visual effect on the clothes. And he was notoriously like stingy about clothes. There are stories of him like not letting the women choose their clothes and him like bringing like an oversized satin dress for them to wear for the entire time they were sitting that they disliked, but he knew it would work better for the painting. I think Sargent is straight up the pinnacle of painting as a skill. Painting as a skill, I think Sargent is the pinnacle. I mean, you're largely right. It's not like Monet wrote down or was like actively philosophizing with other people over like, well, he probably was. Frankly, Monet was. But, you know, because he was friends with everybody. But like, I'll say this. I am making a lot of deductions off of the results. So that would make what you're stating to be true, right? That it's from the act. Now, because like the intention was there and it wasn't, right? The fact of the matter is, Impressionism was built off of painting things from real life and limited time frames. No, Rembrandt is a very unique story, but I wouldn't put Rembrandt got there at the end of his life and it ruined him. Diego Velázquez is one of them. End of life Rembrandt, I'll accept it. Yeah, I will accept that. End of life Rembrandt, Diego Velázquez, but to him in Europe, you have Anders Zorn, you have Monet, you have Caillebotte, you have Cassatt, you have any of the Impressionists. Probably the most direct one as far as drafting and drawing was actually Degas. Was probably Degas. Degas was a big pervert for drawing and drafting. He did a lot of... well, what are we referring to now, M? Then equivalent of Sargent in what then? I might be misunderstanding what you're stating. Equivalent to Sargent in what? I wish that glare wasn't there. Like, who do European artists look up to? Okay, I'd say that's easy. That's like Monet. The English look like to Turner and Constable. French, yeah, Monet, any of the French Impressionists. The Flemish or people from like the Dutch and stuff like that would look up to like Zorn or Rembrandt. Vermeer. The reason why most Americans have it for Sargent is because Sargent is frankly one of our finest painters, and we didn't have we weren't around. We weren't an art, like, America has never really been a large art culture. Like, especially like how France was or Italy. That's why. And I'm probably doing a bad job at remembering like other ones because they're, you know, I read about I forget what her name was. A woman during the time of the Impressionists who stayed in the United States, and I forgot her name. And I'm not talking about Cassatt because she went to France. There was one who stayed in the United States. But like that shit isn't really taught to us traditionally in school. Like my last art class in school was in middle school. I think it was 7th grade. I think I was 12. Yeah, I think I was 12. Last time I took any art class. But I was also, you know, I went to school for other shit. Outside of Rockwell, yeah, Rockwell. Well, there was Whistler. Whistler was a big one. We have a ton of like modern, like, you know, like if we're talking like Basquiat. A lot of people in the 50s. I mean, how Jackson Pollock, right? Warhol. But prior to that, you know, we had Sargent. We had that. I wish I could remember that woman's name. I just read about her too. It really wasn't a part of our culture really until Impressionism. Like when the robber barons started making museums. Yeah. Whistler's a pretty big deal, though. You know, because like the European stuff, Casey, didn't happen overnight, right? They had hundreds of years. They had, like, the Renaissance was longer than the United States has been a country on its own, right? They had institutions. They had the wealth of the church, right? They had all these things that produced, you know, over the years. Oh, really? Why do you hate Sargent? I did not know that. I didn't know that history. Was it because Sargent was rumored to be gay? Might have been outwardly gay at that, like, you know, for certain groups. Yep. Well, in the infrastructure, Casey, the infrastructure for it. Oh, fine, Maddie. All right. Well, that will be reflected in your paycheck. The best hate? Fair enough. That is the best hate. That's hate I can get behind. Well, the modern painters that I like are Karen Offutt. You know, she's like in her, I think she's in her 40s, and she's in Austin, Texas. There's Morgan Weisling. But those aren't like abstract, like, if what we, I guess, notably call like contemporary artists. I can't really think of like a non-realism based or philosophically aligned with me painter that I like actively enjoy. That's like modern. Here's the thing. I Offutt. Karen Offutt. Offutt. She's on Instagram. She's done one of my, here, I'll show you. She's done one of my favorite paintings of all time. Just search her in Google, Karen Offutt. This is straight up one of my favorite paintings of all time. Offutt. Brian Swords? No. Why are you yelling at me? Brian Swords, let's see. Spelled correct. Yep, that's her. You'd probably love her, or Monica. You'd probably love her. Brian S. Words. Oh. Yeah, this does nothing for me. What are you talking about, Em? What's terrifying about this? How dare... This is our God Emperor, M. Our God Emperor. You know, the God Emperor of the world. Yep. We kind of do. That's all those M's faults, Monica. Who's the best living painter? I can't say for as far as skill. Like I said, Karen Offut has done some of my favorite things I have seen. Morgan Weisling has done a lot. Come on, Em. What's so scary about this? What's so scary about this hanging out in your living space right next to where you hang out most of the day? What's so scary about this? Let me... Come on. I still gotta get those teeth in there. This is normal. I'm a very normal, well-adjusted man, Em. Very well-adjusted. And there's my mannequin that I painted red. All right? That's normal to have in your home. Sounds good, Richards. I feel like I'm being judged here. I think that needs to go brighter. Well, now that I'm doing the, you know, I'm doing all the prop making.
My plums.
My plums. Of course. Now that I'm doing all the prop making, right? My house is becoming a lot more normal to have this stuff lying around. Okay? What's so unusual for a grown man doing paper mache? That's still up in my window, Pickles, yeah. What's so abnormal about a grown man doing paper mache? For my next painting. This is for my next painting, mind you. I'm painting it tonight. Sweet old Satan. Satan? Could it be? Is it that bright? That's pretty bright. I'll probably mix in a little bit. Let's roll with it. We'll fix it if we have to. In worst case, we'll just burn this place to the ground and you'll never see me again. That's best case. Remember, everybody, if you do a painting you don't like, you could just burn it all down to the ground and nobody will see you ever again. Okay? That's always on the table. That's one of my best painting hacks. One of my best hacks. Now, Casey, keep a box of Molotov cocktails around you at all times, okay? I might have gone too blue with these clothes, but who gives a shit? How are you doing today? Thank you for joining me. And Casey, nice to see you as well. Yeah, that will do, but that will get you caught more often than Molotov whiskeys. Make sure, though, you smoke some cigarettes. Make sure you start smoking cigarettes in public so you could blame the fire on a cigarette accident. You just need people to see you smoking some cigarettes. Okay. Well, yeah, I smoke some cigarettes. It'll kill the bacteria. It'll help kill the virus. All right, pickles. Thank you. I should have taken... I haven't drank any water since I started. Oh, God. Oh, that was a lot of salt. Do. So is everybody sending their thoughts and prayers to our God Emperor like we are mandated to do? Is everybody sending their mandatory thoughts and prayers? So huge, Emmy. It's the reason why our God Emperor is as healthy and virile as he is. It's a law now, Casey. You have to send thoughts and prayers to our God Emperor when you wake up, when you go to sleep, before every meal, and before every time you brush your teeth, too. Whoa, is YouTube... What the fuck is going on with YouTube? Why is YouTube that behind? Oh, that's why. Okay. All times, Em. All times. That works too, Odorous. But in that case, you also have to send money. Is it bad that I can't tell whether you're joking? Casey, do you see what I'm doing here? Casey, do you see what I'm painting? I'm going to be doing like 10 more of shit like this in the near future. All right, good. Now that we're on the same page. What the fuck, Casey? You son of a bitch. I'm offended. I've been ranting like a madman, like an asshole, for months now. Ask use blurry edges when something is in the back, or I tried to do it where hood meets background and it doesn't look good, so it sharpened it. How do I apply that? I don't have a good answer for you, Em. That is a thing that hyperrealism has to figure out on a case-to-case basis. For me, I just paint it blurry. I know that's not like a very satisfying answer here, but unfortunately, that's my reality, right? For you, it has to be it's a decision point on how you want to attack that. Absolutely. Because remember, I'm painting what I'm seeing in real life, right? So I don't need to go nuts on that detail because people will understand that difference. If I do the visual effect correct, they'll see the hair, right? I'm not forcing them to see the hair. They'll see it on their own. That's like the best representation I could say of what it means to paint in this way. Because I used to literally rattle my head. I'm like how do I would literally think this thought, like, how do they get us to see that type of detail? And you go in close and there was no attempt at it. And I found that to be amazing. And then I realized it's just because they are painting, when they're painting, they're looking at it from far enough away. So they're looking at it at the same distance that you're looking at it, and they put what's needed at that distance to get you to see, that detail. Like it seemed like magic. It seemed like magic. But outside of our glorious Lord Emperor, I don't know of anybody else who can do magic. Do you see that massive shadow on the left? The one that looks like Satan looming in the back, or is it just me? Like the shadow on the photo or the shadow here? Probably is blurry. The photo, that's just because of light, just a difference in lighting. I'm, you know, when I'm looking at it right now, I am going to make this side slightly darker, but... No, that's just Stan. That's just Stan, M. It's just my paralysis demon. Good guy. Good guy. Remember, I'm not painting from a photo, right? I put the photo for your reference. Just Stan, yeah. You know, it's just Stan's 9 to 5. Apparently he's sending his kids to SMU next year. Oh yeah, definitely. I forget who's in charge of them. I have done that in the past. It doesn't work that well. I don't like setting up 3 cameras at once. Listen, if I have a third camera going, it's going to be the taint camera when I'm sitting on a clear chair, okay? If I'm setting up a third camera, it's for that. No, it's the taint cam. Why would you barf at that? Ain't no reason for that now. Listen. The taint cam does well on the oily fans, all right? You only wish you could, M. Do boo boo do 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 boo boo do. Well, you're gonna have to beat out the Japanese businessmen, M. You're gonna have to beat out those Japanese businessmen. Oh God, yeah. What a nightmare that whole concept is. Fucking eyeball. God bless America. Yeah, no, that's where I ship most of it too, Odorous. Well, I gotta fix this eyeball again. We got a break, huh? I've already been going for 2 hours, huh? Alright, everybody, let's take a break then. I gotta fix this fucking eyeball again. So, let's all take a mandatory poop break. A mandatory 5S break. Shit, shave, shower, snack, and sob. I'll keep some back for you, M. Alright, the 5 S's. Mandatory. Shit, shave, shower, snack, and sob. You have to do it all simultaneously. Okay. Alright, we're gonna run ads. And I'll be back in about 5. Shit, shower, shave, snack, and sob. The 5 S's during these breaks. Alright, we'll be back in 5. Oh my god, we're back. Oh my god, that was less than 5 minutes. Okay, almost done pooping. Almost done. One more second, and we're done. Okay. No, it's everything, Em. We gotta shave everything. We have to be clean. Shoot, be doo be doo be da. Okay. No worries, Pickles, if you're still there.
I can feel it all the way down in my plums.
Welcome back, Maddie. Do you like the new soundbite? Is that a wiener? I think I already asked you that. It's a wiener? Okay, good.
You're a snitch.
You're a snitch. I ain't no snitch. I think I only asked you once before. It's perfect for Guard and Shasta. Hype. What is that show? I dabble, but I haven't heard of that show. Need to start watching The Pit. Yeah, everyone. I've heard that about that show too. There's so little television that I just like can get myself to watch. Oh, interesting. Is that the one with the woman from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia? Is it with D? Yeah, that one. Yeah. I would probably give that one a chance if I had somebody who wanted to watch it with me. I just like, I don't know, being single means that like if I'm left up to my own devices, I kind of just revert to the same old shit I always watch. Kind of I mean, yes and no. I think there's arguments for it and against it. I mean, sitcoms on, like, now there was, like, in my opinion, a really good age of NBC programming when there was, like, Scrubs, The Office, 30 Rock, and Parks and Rec all going on at the same time, which was pretty shocking. in hindsight. But I can't get into any show where it's like, you know, it's like any medical or police show. It's like everything they're doing is like the end of the world. It's that too, Maddie. Oh, okay. Good to know, Odoris. You like high potential, Catherine? Good to know. Yeah, no, I very much agree with that. I very much agree with that sentiment. Well, it's like it's just the hyper monetization of everything, where it's like, no, it's just like, let's just fucking get it out. Who gives a shit? They're big dumb animals out there. You know what I mean? It's like it's I feel like everything is kind of like that sentiment. That there's very few shows where, like, why are Ghibli movies so respected? Because there's like a creative intent. There's somebody with an image who doesn't really settle for bullshit, right? But then you see like the shit that they pop out on, you know, on sitcoms or streaming services, and it's just like, oh, let's just get, you know, this like the same formulaic type of writing, you know, just get them done. We know a million, you know, people will watch this. Caleb has been pretty funny. He's been a fresher voice, which I like. But one thing I say, I don't necessarily like what he does. He farms a lot of like clips, which I guess I kind of like wish he would like have a more cohesive show or point at times than just kind of him riffing. You're welcome, Dia. Dia, you are currently the highest reserve bid on this painting at $800,000. So congratulations. I know you can't wait to get this hung up in your foyer. Well, he has a lot of like real life experiences with uncommon, like, you know, he was raised Christian. He's a gay man. He's a large man. And he's a comedian, right? And he has a lot of like, he has truly a very unique worldview and perspective and experiences. So I do appreciate that about him. Nope, it's still on you, Dia. All right. So that what is that, about $1,000, Monica? All right, so it's $801,000 for Dia. Oh my God, M. $1 trillion, okay. All right, for that, so that's $1,800,000 for Dia's bid. But we might have to talk to an arbitrator about that. All right, are you happy I made fun of you when I had the chance now? That's too bright. Are you happy? Okay. Well, Dia, you're going to be the proud owner of a portrait of our God Emperor. Of course, Casey. Of course you can. Just make sure you say your thoughts and prayers and send your thoughts and prayers before you send it, of course, as is the law. Oh, that's AI. No, we should delete that message. That's AI. I can't believe you'd come in here with AI slop. I can't believe you'd come in here with AI slop like that. I can't believe you. Can't believe you'd do this to me. AI slop. Nope. Now, of course, everyone here is very pro AI, obviously, right? Get his ass! We're all very pro AI here, okay? Obviously. But that is AI that hurts people. Okay. All right. If the president sends him, dropping shit on protesters, that's fine, but that hurts people, Casey. This is, we're painting with AI right now, everybody. What you're seeing is AI painting. Nope. I just don't know what would compel you to create AI like that and lie. Why would you do this to me? I'm seeing evidence to the contrary. No. Unbelievable, Casey. I agree. I mean, Dia, she's just coming in here and slandering me. I'm being slandered. I'm being attacked. My reputation precedes me. I'm being attacked, everybody. Oh, are you taking off him? Who ignored you in the ravine? Attacked with admiration. Monica, you have to stay up all night and watch this. Them's the rules. Just like Casey and Dia, Shasta, Maddie, Pickles. Remember, I'm a man. I can't control my emotions. So everybody has to walk on eggshells. I'm not a bastard. You're the bastard. Good, Casey. Good. You understand. You understand how all these poor innocent men are demonized. Good. Good, Casey. You have not, Shasta. Not this year, at least, yeah. Good. What do we do with our anger? We punch drywall. Exactly. Well, women are clearly the emotional ones, okay? All right? Clearly, men are more emotionally intelligent and sensitive. Clearly, yeah. You get it. You get it. I just want everybody to know I have 3 sisters and a mom I have a very good relationship with. I just need everybody to know that. How many Americans? We're all Americans, Thea. Under the guidance of our Lord Emperor, we are all Americans. They let you live. I have no idea what you're talking about, Mud. I have never been sarcastic in my life. Strange times. Very true, Richards. May you live in boring times. Christmas was 2 days ago. Obviously, we keep the Gregorian calendar here. Okay, Mud. Okay. All right. Okay. God. I get no respect at all. You had me going into Rodney Dangerfield. But thank you. And I'll respect you when you're not a son of a bitch. But it looks like we're in a classic Polish standoff. Well, what was that movie? What's the movie with, is it The Jerk? Where he had the dog named Shithead? And then several college guys did that, thinking they were very clever. It's a Steve Martin. It's one of Steve Martin's more famous films. That's true, Vito. But we're getting to a point where it's hard to even love the country we're in. They do. You're right, need like another one there. Maybe like this. Remember, everybody, this painting will make a great gift to your friends and loved ones. Remember, the current winning bid is $1,800,000 from Dia. That's US dollars. It's already been taken out of Dia's account. But you could still outbid Dia. You could still outbid Dia right now. Oh yeah, sorry. Sorry, you're missing a lot of zeros, Dia. You're missing 6 zeros? No, 3. No, you're missing 6 zeros. In between the 1 and the 8. $1,801,000. That's Dia's bid currently. There you go. Yep, that's what's been deducted from your account so far. Yep. But Dia, think about the generational wealth you're creating. Yeah, no, it's in there. Oh, yeah. No, I did it. Interesting. Nope. Strange time. Yeah. Okay. Oh, what the fuck? I do need to do
I can feel it all the way down
that
in my
mark, so I should probably just do that now. It didn't work as well as I thought it would. You like the new soundbite, Dia? I always hate... This is one thing with my brush work that I always kind of get upset at if I don't keep an eye on it. Is sometimes the paint comes off at the sides and not on like the meat of the brush, and that always bothers me when that happens. There. I don't know if that's because there's too much medium and I'm putting too much pressure down on it. Our shit's mixing too much. Don't pick up any of that shit. Probably do like this is like the bright spot. Ahem. Ahem. Excuse me. Okay. All right. Well, the head's moved around a little bit because of all my adjustments to that fucking eye. So let's get this face figured out, huh? Not to mention yet, if you have any Trumpers in your life, you could just give this painting to them. Oh, so that changed that much, huh? The head placement. Fuck. Did the eye move again? Fucking eye moved again. One moment. Clean up that shadow. Did. A lot of yellow I just grabbed. What do I want with that? Need more oleo gel. Be that? No, it's too much. Kill it a little bit. There was red on that one side of the brush. That's good. Always seems to be more red on this one side. Let's see how this looks. Is this still too orange? It's still too orange. Too much. That was too much. Too aggressive. I'm not seeing my values well on my palette, I have to say, today. Which is a little bit annoying to deal with when you're in one of your moods. Because that, to me, does not seem as bright as what I'm seeing on the canvas. which is not a good spot to be in, unfortunately. But let's just make this we're just gonna do it like that. We gotta get those buck teeth in there. Start off with something not crazy bright. Okay. Let's see how dark that looks. I don't know. I'm in a weird spot, everybody. I know normally I'm just absolutely perfect and a stunning painter and really, really good looking. But I'm in a spot where the values I see here are not what shows up here for me, and that is tough. And I don't know exactly what's causing that. Weird spot, Illinois. Damn right, yeah. Got this eye falling down constantly. I wish I had a better way to keep the eye in there. But it's a really frustrating thing to deal with in the moment. Agreed. Agreed. We have to, you know, we can't do him the disservice of painting him poorly. Need more oleo gel. Maybe move that hair swoosh down a little bit. And my hairband is not staying down. A lot of things are annoying me. Why are so many things annoying me right now? Maddie, we got 3 years. No, you're not annoying me. It's 3 years from November. is the next presidential election. Next year is the midterms. Where if enough Democrats get elected, if he doesn't try and cancel them and stuff, we could possibly impeach this fucker or limit what the shit that he's doing. No, Catherine, I'm not hungry. I just, it's like this, it's between the eye of the skeleton. Just keep on falling down and casting a shadow. That's difficult. And then, my hairband keeps on rolling up on my head, which is annoying me, because then I really hate when my hair goes in my face. And I should have done something. I was using duct tape, but just how I had to do it is just not stayed in there. But I am probably going to let it fall off, and because I think I have enough of a grasp of where it's at without it being there at the moment. But I should finalize it a little bit while I still have an okay spot of it. It's just, you know, I feel like it should work with how I had it in there. So I used the straw and I put it in the eye socket with tape, and then I put tape on the base of the eye and the straw, and it's like plastic on duct tape, and usually that sticks pretty well, but for some reason this just keeps on falling off, and it's just frustrating. Frustrating. Becoming sentient. We can only hope. If we can only have 2 God Emperors, think about all the good that could happen in this world. Think about all the good that would happen in this world if we had 2 God Emperors. Do you know how many libs we could own, Catherine? Do you know how many libs we could own? So many, I know. You know, we might not even have to have another election again, because this other sentient God Emperor could, you know, become the new vice president and then run for the next 3 terms. And then we could bomb Minnesota. We could send in the military to Minnesota, everybody, and deal with all that fraud and abuse that definitely exists. That definitely exists. Could you imagine all the waste, fraud, and abuse we could stop in Minnesota alone? It could take care of the entire deficit. In Minnesota alone, everybody. And then we could expand the military budget to $1.5 trillion. Because it's okay. Remember, everybody, it's okay if children starve in the United States. Okay? Those kids do not have rights to food. All right? We can all agree upon that. We can all agree Kids do not have rights to food. Or humans. Right? I know this is one of Maddie's big things. Best way to weed out drug dealers and fraudsters is to go there and yank them out of the jobs they work for. Yep, exactly, Odorous. The Minnesota shit, Catherine? Yeah. All right, I apologize for that one, Maddie. I apologize for that one. That one was too far. Maddie, you heard it here first. I apologize for saying that about you. But it might be because of gay hockey. All I'm saying is none of this was a problem before gay hockey. Don't apologize to me, you bastard. Listen, even I think I went too far twice this stream. But none of this was an issue before gay hockey. We can all agree on that, right? I know, I just, you know, Maddie, I'd rather not have it become a problem where I keep on saying fucked up stuff about people relentlessly, because I know that could be not appreciated at times. So I'd rather keep, you know, and I appreciate your sentiment. I'm not dismissing that whatsoever. What I am doing, though, is I do need to keep some limits on myself on how I treat others. Because all it takes is one time, and I don't even want to get to that point where you have to say something as well. You know what I'm saying, dog? And I appreciate that, Maddie. However, I will not give Greenbag that courtesy. This was Greenbag's fault. This was Greenbag's fault, everybody. Greenbag is the cause of this. God damn it. Don't shout out Greenbag. No. He's evil. Don't you see? Why does nobody else realize it? Suffer. Fuck you. Is that why that looks odd to me? Oh, the weather outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful. Since you got no place to go, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Thank you, Garg. Garg, did you see the new soundbite? Somebody said that you would like the new soundbite a lot.
I can feel it all the way down in my plums.
Hi, Outernet. Oh, no worries, Outa. No worries whatsoever, bud. Hope you've been well. Now, that might earn you a demerit with the God Emperor. So just make sure you send enough thoughts and prayers tonight. Just so you don't get in trouble. You know. Just make sure. Feel it down in my plums. Good. Good, Maddie. Good. Send your thoughts and prayers. Good. Just to not incur our God Emperor's wrath, okay, everybody? You know he's probably brought it up, right? I wonder, well, no, he couldn't do that. Like, it would never be recognized because it's, you know, worldwide, right? So, just like how they don't, like, other countries don't recognize the Gulf of America. Any contemporary painter, oh, Mizu. I'm multiple hours late, but had the chats. No, you're all right, Sean. You're all right, bud. Or do I? Yeah, that's true. Let it snow. Let it. Her name is Rio and she dances on the sand. You need a J and love your work. Well, thank you, Otto. It's always appreciated, bud. I appreciate the support. Raindrops on roses. BBC can muster. It's a problem with a lot of media outlets. The way that they go easy on everything Trump does or politics is just fucking shameful. They don't question him when he just makes up shit in front of them. There's no pushback. Oh my God! Salt. God, the gay hockey has made all of you guys so violent. It's because of the gay deep state, isn't it? It's because of the gay deep state. Oh, gotcha. That is true, Sean. That's why he's kind of gotten to where he's gotten. It's that gay deep state. No, did you hear about how some some right-wing people think that we invaded Venezuela to bring gay marriage to them? Do you hear about this? You think I'm joking, but I'm not. Well, you're going to have to, because we're all going right wing, Salt. Come on. You know this. We're all going right wing grift. All of our Twitch. Let it snow. I can't be the only one. Listen, you're on your own, buddy. Fuck. Shit, did I misread the room again? You're an anarchist? I am, I'm for open borders. But I wouldn't say, you know, I do think we do need government institutions, Sean. So I'm very in favor of, like, the FDA and the CDC and the Department of Education and social safety nets.
Move this man!
Oh, fuck you. You know, that might work. That might work, Salt. Salt, you might have... you might have the keys to saving the world. You might be holding the keys to saving the world right now. So I'm more of a, I'm more of a socialist libertarian. Oh yeah, roads, utilities. You know, the whole thing. People should be able to pursue occupations and arts without having to worry about being poor. Fuck you, Kaylan. Here I have my Kaylan response. Here you go, Kaylan. Right here. Right here, Kaylan. Oh my God! No looting of the body today. Kaylan did. Kaylan's a bastard. A right bastard. Really fits in with Maddie. No, I knew this, Kaylin. Oh, of course, Sean. Completely agree. I don't like our military and how much we spend on it, how much we rely on it. Corporations have too many powers. I think the corporate tax rate should be over 50%. I think we should have the same tax rate we did in like the 50s and 60s. Straight up.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
Never.
Fucker.
You're the fucker. And if they don't like it, Sean, they can just get out. Okay, you're at 7. Okay. You're getting there, Kaylan. Not yet, Kaylan. Yeah, exactly, Sean, right? Nobody deserves to die because they can't afford food or medicine or housing. The only reason why people should die is because of natural causes or, you know, obviously sickness that has been treated. Hi, Tommy. Nice. What programs are you using, Tommy? Blender. Oh, yeah, Blender. Yeah, a lot of people know Blender. Or people in the stream have used Blender. I've dabbled for a few weeks in Blender as well. And I used to work in 3D modeling, Tommy. Done a lot of 3D modeling in my life. My life. Sorry, that was a Varsity Blues reference. Only Salt would know that here. I don't want your life. I've never seen the movie, I just know... Oh, I've never seen that movie, I just know the quote. But I think it was popular enough while you were sentient, Salt. That's why I bring this up. Occasionally watercolors, and I do plein air oil pastels, Sean. I've been doing a lot of plein air oil pastels recently, and I make oil pastels. No, you're still sentient. But you know how most people aren't really sentient until about like middle school? No, Salt, we're fucked. Buddy, I got some bad news for you. No thoughts, just rock. No thoughts, just gay. What's EAO? Why don't I know this reference? Oh, I haven't seen that yet. I have not seen that yet. I've heard it's, I mean, it won Best Picture, so I assume it's at least like decent, and I've heard really good things about it. You haven't seen it either, Catherine? There is a lot, Sean. I agree with that. But know this, I'm the only one who's painting properly. We can all agree on this. We can all agree on this. All right? Obviously, everybody. Boo boo doo doo. Do 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 do. Oh, it's in graffiti? That's cool. Graffiti and mural work is really interesting. You've dabbled? Yeah, I think I've seen some of your graffiti work, Omizu, on your website. Do you have any on your website, or am I just misremembering? Well, we can all agree Banksy sucks, right? We could all agree Banksy sucks. Yeah. I don't like that, Mark. Yeah. Well, that's what's kind of interesting about graffiti and as a premise, Sean, is you like inherently to kind of do it, you have to kind of take a risk, which is, I find an interesting premise. Legal graffiti was me expressing what I felt about. I think that's very, I mean, like, I think that's a very valid take, right? Not to mention, like, there's a lot of inherent racism with, like, looking at graffiti as art as well. Or it's like social, I'll say social, like, persecution, right? Between self-expression. Interesting, Amiz. That's really cool. That's really cool. Yeah. It would give me, I mean, I would agree it would probably be thrilling for me. It'd probably give me crazy anxiety, though. Oh, did you? Yeah, so people were doing that because of the ICE advertisements, right, Salt? I just heard about this. Oh, and AI music bullshit? Okay, good to know. Wait, so we're not pro AI? Okay, wait, hold on. Salt, I've been saying this entire stream we've been pro AI. Shit. Shit. Damn it, Salt. How am I going to recover from this? They have no way to disable that too? Fuck that. I had friends in the 90s that did illegal griff, and they would come over and see my paintings and try. That's really cool, Mizu. Well, frankly, because it's there's a socioeconomic aspect of it, Sean. And it has been, like, I'd say more common, and I'll say policed harder in, like, black neighborhoods. I'm not saying it was not multicultural, but in the matter of a context of policing, and people who would like get in trouble for it. There's elements of that too, of like a socioeconomic class and race context to it. At least that's my perspective on it. I'm not saying I'm a monolithic, but I think I consider to have some aspects of race in graffiti. Yeah, that was really the downhill spiral. I think that's around the time I actually got rid of my Spotify Premium. But I don't listen to music that much, frankly. I listen to podcasts. All right, we're gonna do something that we call in the biz as be aggressive. Be aggressive. Yeah, I'm a bit risk adverse with that type of shit. Unfortunately. Hell, doing plein air gives me anxiety sometimes because I have to talk with people. Or I have to talk with strangers. In person. Yeah, very true, Sean. Very true. I mean, I could deal with it a lot, Salt, but there's those people that hold you hostage. And like, remember that one guy who talked to me? I don't know if you were there, but he was a perfectly nice guy, and it wasn't that bad. But like, the conversation just kind of rolled on, where it's just like, I didn't have a way out of it, right? And the guy was being perfectly nice. You know, he told me of a new place to go to, but I just had no recourse for like getting out of it. That was largely the case until really Impressionism, Sean. Really? Interesting, Amiza. All right, now who wouldn't want this in their home? I could see all of you eyeballing this. I see all of you eyeballing this. Well, in Sean, like, it's why I bring it up a lot too, but also because I agree so much with the philosophy, and I think it was the one true movement. It was the one movement that truly focuses painting as a skill more so than, I mean, obviously there was the message of rebellion and breaking the rules and everything like that, but it also, like I said, had that high focus on painting as the skill. Which I like, because I enjoy painting. Despite my stuff here, like, I'm not like overly concerned with the subject matter. I do like doing weird and wacky stuff, and yeah, you're coming on me doing one of like a political nature, but like, that's not a mandatory thing for me. Right, I love the idea of kind of like stupid or crazy shit being painted really well with a lot of care. I really like that idea. Right? Especially if, I mean, you look at some of the previous shit I did or have done, and I think that kind of, not that it was painted exceptionally well or anything like that, but I try to say goodbye and I choke. Whoo, trying to walk away and I stumble. Though I try to hide it, it's clean. Hi, Amelia. No, Amelia, you gotta stay here for the rest of the stream. Remember, you're my sister. All right? It may be bad luck, but you're you know, you're stuck here. In what way, Sean? Just out of curiosity, you know, this is not me challenging it. I'm just curious on. There was social commentary in impressionistic paintings. I'm not denying that fact. Renoir, Monet, not really so much, but Renoir, Caillebotte, I don't really think Degas did that much. Manet, I guess you can make an argument for. Oh yeah, it has been. And don't forget to send your thoughts and prayers to our God Emperor, okay? You're probably eating dinner soon. Make sure before dinner you send your thoughts to our God Emperor, okay? We don't need those repercussions right now. No, don't say that. Amelia. I mean, I feel like that's a semantical argument, Sean. I would say there are some that would say it like that. But I think the methodology of that is still like a skill one, or the execution of that as a principle. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, the Impressionists were very criticized. I mean, the exhibitions were the Impressionist exhibitions were largely considered failures. By their own words, too, mind you. Well, they like, you know, they were criticized for sloppy brushwork. You know, I mean, but it was largely just because of a cultural viewpoint of what was considered fine art. Well, Zorn did plenty of messy shit though, you know, but Zorn is just like, in my opinion, he's like as close to perfect as he can be. One of them, at least. Well, I mean, frankly, he was an impressionist. I don't like how museums, like, say if you're not French, you're not an impressionist. But Zorn, Sean, are you familiar with Ilya Repin? Ilyarepin. Ilya Repin. Check out his shit too. Yeah. Well, I think it was more than taste though, Mizu, back during the Impressionism, the time of the Impressionists, because art movements are about basically breaking the previous set of like agreed upon rules of what was high art, right? So the fact of the matter is that people who were painting in like the academic realism of the time period hated Impressionism, right? They just straight up hated it. They considered it garbage. They considered it slop for their time period, right? But that was largely because it bucked all the rules that they have essentially dedicated their lives to. Right? So why would Impressionists maybe have disliked like abstraction or abstract impression? I'm not saying I don't have a quote or an anecdote of one did, but because it broke the new established rules of like essentially fine art, right? So usually when something changes, it's usually not well received in the art world. At least until now, where it's just a marketing technique. Or it's how artists try and separate themselves. Right? No, I'm trying to hide it. It's clear. That's too bad. Vintage, though, you have the winning bid on this painting now. You just outbid Dia. It's already been taken out of your bank account. This is your painting as of right now. Yeah, you outbid Dia. Yeah, you bid $1,802,000. $1,802,000. It's already been taken out of your account. Well, it's a lot smaller now, Vintage Watercolors. Yeah. So, and that's legally binding. There's no way out of this. Good. How are you doing? How's your streams? Goodbye and I choke. Trying to walk away and I stumble. And though I try to hide it, it's clear. Oh, what do you have planned? Oh, geez, okay. That's big. Are you making paints? You doing paintings? What's on the docket? That is, I mean, that's a nice place to be at, Sean. I can't say that I do. Nothing much, you know, just painting normal stuff that normal people paint. You know, doing an ode to our God Emperor right now. I hope you're doing one to your God Emperor, right? You don't want any repercussions. Thank you, it is. This is a very normal painting for normal people. They're listening. Oh, really, Sean? I can't support acrylic, but people can make wonderful art with acrylic, too. I just think it's a piss poor medium. For painting like this, that is. I need to put blue in that. It seems like it. YouTube, please. I am a desperate, sad man who needs YouTube subs. Please, God. Oh my God. Trying to get monetized there, and it's been a long and arduous journey of failure. Well, I wouldn't discount art because it's acrylic, Sean. I just would like people to understand why acrylic can be problematic. But if it gets people to paint, I am in full support of it. If it gets people to paint who normally wouldn't, I support it. Yeah, we're trying to get to 1,000 subs. And it has not been going well. Thank you, Vintage. Thank you. I appreciate the support. Now make sure you get every single one of your family members and extended family to subscribe as well. Obviously. Your coworkers. Just be like, hey, I have to do this. And then tell them, to subscribe to this YouTube channel. And say, oh yeah, you also have to watch or else. Right? That's, obviously. Hi, Todd. Oh my God. Kimchi's great. Jesus Christ. Well, all right. I can tell you how to fix your problems. Get a gang of violent goons vintage. That helps a lot. I don't necessarily disagree with that, Sean, but I also think that oil painting is like a very advantageous medium. But, I'm not going to say like, you're not an artist if you don't use oil paints or anything like that. But I advocate for it. I advocate for oil painting over other traditional mediums in general. Well, I guess more so just acrylic. Watercolors are a completely different beast. All right, good, Carlos, good. Well, that's the name of Dia's gang, is the Gooners, coincidentally. Dia's gang of goons are called the Gooners. I completely agree with that, Sean. Yeah, that's a shame that your name got stolen. Or that your gang's name got stolen. That's America for you. So I vary from you a little bit, Sean. I like looking at aspirational artwork or things that I know people are doing better than me or are technically better than me. And I like trying to figure out what they're doing that I am not or I'm not seeing, Yeah, I agree though, watercolors are one of the most difficult mediums for me. Agreed. Completely agree. I feel like I've heard of them before. No, it never does. It's just like materials don't make the painter, Sean, as well. I advocate for oils because of their archival nature. I think the techniques are most effective. I think the paint is the best quality as well. Well, I kind of know that oil paint is... and I like people's works to be archival and to last. And I want them to be able to do stuff as freely as possible. That's the main reason I advocate for oils. Watercolor is cheap. Watercolor is different than oil paints. That's why it's more in the context of the acrylic argument. Watercolors are like the types of paintings you can do in general are much different. How you have to achieve them are much different. The biggest issue with watercolors is, though, their archivability. Unfortunately, is dog shit. But watercolors, once again, are a different beast. Thankfully, we can take pictures of them, though. But watercolors are great. And they're probably some of the, if not the most accessible paint medium. That's why you should get badly made watercolors today. Every use, they make your wiener 14 inches bigger. Every use of badly made watercolors. You gain 14 inches on that dong. And yeah, you need it, the wheelbarrow you'll have to buy separately. But that is in the description of the paints. Yep. Yep, Garg knows. Garg was one of the first ones to have badly made watercolors. And Garg is in the commercial for badly made watercolors. Wait, no, sorry, Gerg. Gerg was in the commercial for badly made watercolors. Shit. Damn, sorry, Garg. Garg, I'm sorry. Shit. People weren't supposed to find that out. Ah, shit.
Tonight.
Oh my God. Yeah, I know where he's Todd. Goodbye and I choke. Ooh, trying to walk away and I stumble. Though I try to hide it, it's clear. I completely agree with you, Sean. Good to know, Shasta. The snake oil, unfortunately, is taking a long time in R&D. I can't always control that. And we might have had several rebellions. Cobra rebellions, mind you. But we had to squash those. We lost a lot of good oil. That's why I went into Venezuela to get Venezuelan cobras. Okay? Now you know the truth. Now you know the truth, everybody. We went into Venezuela for badly made snake oil. This color, I'm not getting a good grasp on this color. A lot of color issues today, everybody. It is interesting, though, how fast hair can come together, huh? I think it's like, you're seeing the red a little bit more red than I see it. So I don't know why that is. No, this is our God Emperor, Penman. This is our God Emperor. You're welcome. What do they do, Salt? Right now, the leading bid on this painting is Vintage Watercolors with $1,802,000 plus tax. Plus tax. That's plus tax. Vintage Watercolors. Well, it's already been taken out of your bank account. You are massively, is it in the red? You are massively in the red now. But the bank still approved it for some reason. All right, how does the hair look, everybody? Maybe I should do the 2 buck teeth a little bit again. Do we want to call it? I should probably, though, do this. thing. Thank you, Sean. Thank you. I mean, hair is just always like less is more, so you just gotta be careful. You just gotta be careful with hair before you fuck it up. This probably got a little too far out there, but that's not the end of the world. The nose is a bit lopsided in a bad way, I think. Let's fix that. This is a 24 by 36 shot. 24 by 30. I put this on a good canvas, actually. It's also 1.5 inches thick. Yep. This was also an opportunity to test out doing stuff just by eye, so I didn't use any measuring techniques on this or anything. That was part of the endeavor here. I actually had this discussion with my mom, Salt, where it's like, she was like, well, you know, she was talking about the vagina neck. And she's like, well, you should try and put that on. I'm like, well, if I do that, Mom, I'm probably going to have to lose the entire, like, clown thing. And I'm like, I could just do the skull. I could spray paint the skull white and then do, like, an orange ring around the face. Right? But then I lose the clown motif. And it's like, I think I want to keep the clown in there. But getting to your point is I'm considering doing that in the future where it's just like the bear skull, but with like a painted orange, you know, ring, but just keeping all the skeleton features. I'd have to drop the clown thing in that case, but that's not the worst thing, you know, obviously. But I had this as like my vision, you know, initially, so I kind of wanted to pursue the clown thing. But here it is, everybody. Our God Emperor. Okay. Okay, you're not allowed to criticize this. Yeah, I think the size was bothering me, or the shape of it was bothering me. Yeah. Well, it is kind of like the focal point. That and like the eyes, right? The face is like very bright. Let's take a quick picture. Goodbye, and Nacho. Thank you. You know, you might get out of, like, unfortunately, vintage watercolors, you might lose out on this because, you know, once the White House finds out about this, they might have to hang this up. Yeah, exactly, vintage. I don't think I'm gonna take that I don't know. Like, does the White House have Instagram? Sure as shit they don't have a sure as shit they don't have a Blue Sky. All right, let's clean up. Yeah, but do you think they have Instagram? Okay. I'm not creating a Twitter. Or I'm not creating a Truth Social. Yeah. Where are the chin balls? Oh, they're there. It's not chin balls, actually. It's a chin vagina. Salt, should I tag them in it? Should I tag them in it? What do you think? Do you think I could actually get in trouble? Yeah, but I feel like people have done worse. I feel like we would have heard of it. Well, for the threat of actual repercussion. I try to say goodbye and they want it, they can have it, Vintage. Well, when you say it like that, I'm definitely doing it. No, I don't have any plans to leave the country, but you know, you never know. Try to walk away and I stumble. This, yeah, you know, if anybody wants to buy this, yeah, that is true, Salt. You know, I like to live life dangerously. You know, I'm an international man of mystery. No, they really publicly haven't I'm sure there are artists who have done more severe shit. Have you heard of them going after anybody? I know they've gone after like social commentary people like Hassan and stuff. Or political commentators. Hassan is also Muslim though. Gotcha. Well, let's just not all forget to say our, you know, send them thoughts and prayers because they need it, okay? They need it, everybody. If we're going to take over Greenland, they're going to need our thoughts and prayers. Okay, everybody? If we're going to expand the American empire, they need our thoughts and prayers. One sec. Damn right, Salt. All right, it's everybody's favorite time of the stream. Time to wipe that D. Live and uncensored. There's no stopping this. You are going to watch this. Time to wipe that D. Oh god, it's cold again. It's cold again. Obviously Salt. Oh my god. Oh, it burns. Oh god.
Oh my god.
Salt, did you see the new sound redeem? Oh god. Why do I do this? Oh my god. You're all sick. You disgust me. Here. This is for everybody here who's watching this. Oh my god. Why do I do this? Oh, fuck you, Catherine.
I can feel it all the way down in my plums.
Tommy, you have a good night, bud. Yeah, that's a new one. Okay. Alright, let's find somebody to raid. No, that's Will Ferrell from Eastbound and Down. Nordic, you're late. You have a good night, Tommy. Thanks for stopping by, bud. Nordic, you're very late. That's going to be 10 thoughts and prayers that you owe. Yeah, we just finished. I just wiped the D. The D has already been wiped, Nordic. Is Wheeler still on? Wheeler's just about to end. But I never get to raid Wheeler. Who followed me? Can't even see who followed me. I should raid Wheeler, though. Not that it really is. Myra Unoso. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, Omizu. As usual, I appreciate the support. Hi, Mira. Welcome in. All right, let's raid Anthony Wheeler. Thank you. There's a giveaway on Wheeler. How dare you, Nordic? Is this a bad time? Is this a bad time to do it, Salt? Fuck it, I'm gonna raid him anyways. When have I ever been cordial with him? Alright, everybody. We're raiding Anthony Wheeler. Make sure you pillage resources for this stream. Take all the resources. Mira, I apologize for ending stream right as you got here and followed. I'll be streaming next on Monday is the plan. Garg, have a wonderful night. Or am I streaming on Monday? We'll see. Well, Monday or Tuesday at the latest. Vintage, thank you so much. Salt, thank you. Greenbag, I'll see you in hell. Everybody on YouTube, thank you. Catherine, I shall. And yeah. We got a big painting planned. The next painting I start is big. Planning on it, so you know, look out for that. All right, everybody. We'll see you soon.